master level.
Who dares challenge me? Barbarian. Dwarf.
Well, he has the beer.
Archer. Wizard. 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 Barbarian.
No. Feeling
Arch dwarf.
we have only 4.
Prepare to die. Select a character.
But how long does the invisibility last?
forest.
Hmm. Huh? Where's the dice? Ah, here. Whoa.
4,
Ambush. Ah, shit.
2,
Come on, dude. Really? What's this?
your first battle. Try not to die.
Bro, I'm dying. Should have taken the healing potion. Can I give it on somebody? No. Requires no target. Hmm. Things, can I use this one first? Hmm. How is 1 damage double damage? Jesus. Oh. And now I'm this guy, so he's dead. GG. Oh, he hit his own guy. Attacks closest enemy. Broom, broom. I was using the wrong guy, lol.
Select a character.
Ah, fuck. And now I screwed up. Although, they can have more health than they have initially. What the heck? There's no max health? But I think it didn't even choose the window, but somehow it found it. That's good. This will end the character's turn. But then why are they both red?
Select a character. Select a character.
Nice. Zero to one. Oh my god. That's not a lot.
Dwarf, test your perception. 2.
What is with the rolling, dude? Allegedly rolling in real life is better than in digital. Free crystals. Nice. But we cannot use him. That's kind of dumb. I want to check something, but yeah. Well. You won't be able to continue this path without fighting. Back off and take a different path. Well...
Barbarian, roll the Skull of Fate. 2.
Always 2? How is that possible? I rolled 3 times 2. It makes no sense.
Six.
Maximum damage. This one doesn't say for this battle, and this one says for this battle.
The Graveyard.
If I skip all of them, I don't level, I guess, or I don't know. Get wrecked. This card will be removed. How is it removed though? I did get it again. So it's only removed for one attack, right? I mean for one fight. Nice. Ask for double. Oh, shit. Nah, it's fine.
undead ruins.
Oh shit, feels like it's only starting now.
The Bone Dragon.
Hmm? What? I expected it to do 8 damage now, but oh well. Maybe you cannot have 2 buffs.
Archer, test your strength.
Why the archer? What the fuck?
4. Ten.
But it feels like this card, did I even get it? Like the last time.
Wandering monster.
No health potion. Shame.
Archer, test your perception.
Why the archer?
10.
Nice.
Dwarf, test
Again.
your perception. 9.
Ah, shit. Shouldn't have done it, maybe. D. Ah, but he attacks now. Oh no. That's fucked. Yeah, it's a restart. I think he can't reach me here. Oh no, that was dumb. Or is that's just all he's doing? He's maybe giving them a buff. And he's healing and I can't even kill him.
Choose a hero.
100% chance.
Archer, roll the skull of fate. 4.
Great, great.
Archer, test your perception. 10. 9.
Aw. Where's the revive room?
Archer, test your strength. 9.
It's such a weird 9.
Archer, test your intelligence. 1.
I can't fight in the next battle. What?
7.
Nice. Or not.
Archer, test your perception. 6.
We're so fucked. The archer's not here also. Try to stay here, for example. This guy couldn't reach us, I think. Dead. Oh, never mind. Somehow it still feels like I won.
Select a character. Select a character. These provisions seem questionable at best.
I don't get it. Like, why can't I choose? I have to do both? Confused. Huh? No, I could skip it somehow. Weird.
Goblin Caves. Archer, test your perception. 5. Archer, test your perception. 6. Archer, test your perception. 7.
That's both terrible. Escape doesn't work this time.
10.
How is that better though? he's like invisible. Ah, shit. I should move also, I feel like. Doesn't make a difference with 3 though, only with 4. I guess it could have gone to the corner, probably. Fuck. No.
Is that the best you can do?
Who dares challenge me?
Can I not get any upgrades? Guess not, or not yet. Not here.
Bob Dwarf Arch Lancer, begin!
Ah, the gold is all gone. I see.
Select a character.
Your sister.
Great Forest. Barbarian, roll the Skull of Fate.
3, 7.
Oh, we don't have the axe yet. I can attack my own guy. What? I don't get the double damage thing, it doesn't work.
Choose a hero. Select a character.
Eight.
This time it worked somehow.
Select a character. Elder Treant.
Still not sure, like, do we always get it or how does it work? I guess you have to choose somebody. Not with these ones though, I guess. We should have put the barrel. Always forget the barrel.
Select a character. Nine.
Mushroom Kingdom.
Mushroom Kingdom. One.
Everything's in the way somehow, and I think I cannot move the screen, or can I? I can.
Barbarian, test your strength.
6.
How high can the elf go, though?
Barbarian, test your intelligence.
6. 8.
Lucky.
One.
Three health. That's crazy. No money. Ah.
5.
That movement, dude. What the fuck? Why does this one not attack the barrel? Oh, I killed my own sister. What the?
The Devourer.
Oh, what the fuck? Why is that even allowed? Oh my god. No, no. Hmm.
Lancer.
You sense danger ahead.
Choose a hero.
Steel boots.
Lancer.
There is danger ahead of you.
Choose a hero.
Lol.
Barbarian. Roll the skull of fate.
5, 9,
He just attacked himself. Ah, that was the card.
three,
Did somebody just... Oh no, they attacked themselves, yeah. Should have put down the barrel.
Goblin Cave.
Ah, my own dudes are in the way. Makes sense. Or Lol, he attacks the barrel. I forgot the throwing axe also.
Select a character. Archer, roll the skull of fate. 9.
The Goblin King will be most pleased to see you.
Ah, shit. Maybe the barrel has to be close to the enemy, or I don't know. Didn't really help them. did she move over there next to this? God damn it. Did I just shoot myself? I did.
Choose a hero. Lancer, test your intelligence. 1. 3.
Why? We need her.
8. 9.
Ooh. What if the barbarian dies though? Why can we not use this anymore? Ah, shit. We should have used this. I could have just attacked with him and then it would have been dead, right?
Select a character.
Ah, damn it.
Lancer, test your perception. 8. 6. 'Dwarf, test your perception. 6.
Archer, test your perception.
4. 8.
Lancer, test your perception.
9. The Goblin Vault. You will need a key to enter here.
E. Expand the goblin shop. And also, will this stuff stay or not? I don't know. Feels like it should. Completed.
Lancer, test your intelligence. 10.
So much gold, holy shit.
Ah! Are you going through the labyrinth? Are you mad? Five.
'Lancer, test your agility.
4.
Come on, dude.
9. 2.
Should we go or not?
Ten.
3. 9.
'Choose a hero. Select a character. Dwarf, test your agility.
3.
Ah, come on, not him. Ah.
Archer, test your perception. 10.
5.
Did he block? Say it ain't so.
Choose a hero. Select a character. Six. Ten. Barbarian, test your agility. Seven. One.
What?
One.
Barbarian, only 3 health left.
6.
Come on, dude.
Select a character. Barbarian. Roll the Skull of Fate.
7. 9.
Choose a hero.
6.
Barbarian. Test your 3. 10. Archer. Test your perception.
9. 7.
The Minotaur King.
Damn it, dude. I feel like I should heal first. Run away. But we can
City.
But is this a real city or not? Doesn't seem like a real one.
Nine.
Ah, shit. Roll 10 and above.
2.
Fuck you.
Lancer, test your perception. 3.
Ah, shit.
Select a character. Barbarian, roll the skull of fate. 8. Barbarian, test your perception. 6.
Ah, come on, dude.
3. 2. 3.
Fuck you. Rune of heroism.
Three. Dwarf, test your perception. 1.
You die. No way, dude. Please. Please. He has 16 health. Wait, it wasn't a dwarf, huh? Oh well.
5. Barbarian, test your perception. 3.
Nice. It's going really well.
4. Test your intelligent hate.
I don't even have 50, dude.
Six.
The king and his army await at the gates.
Is that the best you can do?
Who dares challenge me?
So that. Ah, fuck.
Bob Dwarf, Lancer, Archer, begin!
Stuff makes it kind of worth when you upgrade the things.
Right, subject of grudge. Metzen and his cronies at Blizzard Entertainment, especially Mark Worley Gora. Reason. Non-delivery of dwarf statue within allotted time period. This grudge will be considered cancelled and annulled. In the event of Blizzard's total collapse at the hands of the dwarfs, or the delivery of no less than 9 dwarf statues, each dwarfier than the last. Signed, the Bard. Right, I'll get that countersigned by Key Longbeards later on. Now that business is taken care of, things can return to normal around here. And that means another cracking unboxing. But because the subject of today's unboxing is Age of Sigmar related, I think perhaps we'd better keep this close at hand. Ah yes, we stand together once more on the field of unboxing, and as was foretold by the omens, within this box lies the new version of Warhammer Quest, which has been called for by many warriors all across the land. It is, however, Age of Sigmar flavoured, so for many it might be a bit of a double-edged sword. I reserve my greatest displeasures for what happened immediately before Age of Sigmar. I speak, of course, of the end times. What a fiasco. That's what truly took the old setting away from us. Not its destruction, but its demystification. I've got a friend called the Elf. He was absolutely furious at what happened with his faction during the end times. Matter of fact, to hear him talk about it, it's like a Warhammer version of... Yeah, He-Man, I've been lawful good all along. You only misconstrued my actions as evil.
Skeletor, I am sorry. Also, I was evil all along.
Age of Grayskull, there's something I could get behind. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing the box art, because I've only seen it in tiny, thumbnail vision so far, and I'm looking forward to giving it a good close look at. And reveal mysteries unknown. By placing this order, you have been entered into the draw to win the army of your dreams. Impossible. They never made a halfling army. I find myself looking at the back of the box. Ooh, right, here we go. I feel like I could talk about that all day. Warhammer Quest Silver Tower is an adventure game for 2 to 4 players. No 1 player? Let's have a look. There's a dwarf. Or dwarden, I guess they're called now, for copyright reasons. Right, let's open it up. This sort of thing really requires an expert touch, doesn't it? Come on. Doesn't say you need to buy glue separately, and maybe you don't. Maybe these are cunning snap-together miniatures. We'll find out directly right now, if the weather holds. And I'm expecting Spruce City. Spruce City it is. Is that a witch elf I see before me? Oh no, that's a gentleman elf of some sort. Different coloured dice. Let's put these to immediate test and see how they roll. 1, 2, 6. Acceptable, acceptable. Let's see, Knight Questor. Oh, lovely, they didn't name them for you. Although they saved the naming for the rulebook in Assassinorum, didn't they? So I guess we'll find out later. Cards, more cards. Eye of Fate. Wonder what that means. Flashes of the future are revealed in your mind's eye, warning you of dangers to come. Guidebook. Read this first. Nay. Oh, there's more books in here. Enhance your adventure with the Warhammer Quest My Hero Companion app. No. Silver Tower Guidebook. Adventure book. Don't read until instructed. You listen to Games Workshop. They know what's best. I like the cover of the adventure book. Look at it. The best thing about it's the stars, though. Look at this cosmos. The timeless voids of space. Maggots from meat, weevils from rye, dragons from stars and an empty sky. So that's my first contact with an Age of Sigmar product, actually, overall. I'm going to go and have a look at the rulebook, and when I return, we'll have a closer look at all this stuff. Good rule. Well, I can't think of a better place to start a closer look than with the most visible part, the box art. And what interesting box art this is. Not because it's good, although it is good, but because it has a place in a legacy. You know the one I mean. Look at this legacy of power, at the strength of its lineage. Look at the muscularity. This cover is really easy for me to like. It doesn't really have the technical or compositional advantages of its predecessors, but it has absorbed a lot from both of them, and in doing so, it has come away with a very strong sword and sorcery flavour.
My favourite kind of fantasy. Present and accounted for, the barbarian warrior. Now, I hesitate to use the term barbarian hero here. He's really more of a barbarian anti-hero. When characters like this aren't performing heroics in spite of themselves, they can sometimes be found as henchmen to the barbarian hero's true nemesis, the sorcerer.
And whether good or evil will rule. Evil! So I expect.
The enmity of magic is one of Sword and Sorcery's defining traits, and this cover embraces that as well, in defiance of the content of the actual game. There is a bit of magickery amongst the heroes, of course, but look at how this image couches it in purely physical terms. It's all muscled arms and hefted weapons, physicality ascendant against the magical and the perverse. Now, there is a wizardy character pictured on the heroic side, an elfin lady, but you're not going to see her on your first pass. Can you see her? I know where she is and I still can't see her. Although that might have to do with my selective vision when it comes to elves. Once you've navigated your way past the lid of the box, you're confronted with the great grey...
I don't see her also. No. They even didn't see the dwarf at first also. Where? What? She's just not there, right? Or is that her? No. Hmm. Maybe she's behind him.
With my selective vision when it comes to elves. Once you've navigated your way past the lid of the box, you're confronted with the great grey wasteland of the Sprues. Although as far as wastelands go, these are not bad. They have a big advantage over Assassinorum Execution Force, the last Games Workshop game we looked at around here, in that they were made especially for this game, which is quite clear on these Sprues. They're even dated 2016, the game's year of release. The general quality of these sprues is pretty good, as we should expect from Games Workshop. I really like some of the clever joins they've got on some of these models. Hey, there's that character I thought was a witch elf. You're not fooling anyone, Games Workshop. I recognise that hair. So I should. I painted enough of it. As to the models themselves, well, they're not too bad overall. There's plenty of detail crammed in everywhere, as is the style of today, and while I'm not really a fan of that, a lot of the models do have these nice, simple poses which renders them easily readable at a distance. And that's very important because miniatures in tabletop games, before they're anything else, are playing pieces. So they have to be clear at viewing range. I don't make it a secret that I prefer simpler models, but I do have some favourites from this set. I love these cult men, they look great. And my absolute favourite from Silver Tower is this barbarian warrior. Look at the confidence in this pose. He's not lunging forward, he's not on guard, he's not brandishing his weapons, but he's clearly ready for action. Right, now I suppose I better get stuck into these cards. I haven't even opened them yet. Oh, the shame. Now, the truth about cards...
Ah, fuck. I wanted and could have woke up early today, whatever, but it's not gonna happen. But in 7 hours already, the party starts. But the parade is only in 10 hours, so that's still achievable.
And unboxings is that the backs are the really interesting part. Look at these gnarly symbols. One of them looks suspicious, while I think the other one looks a bit startled. An appropriate response considering these decks are all items and abilities for the heroes. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this miniature photography on game component business. Games Workshop don't lack for skill when it comes to miniature photography and scene composition, but I think I'd really prefer some artwork. Besides, art on card backs can be really good. Case in point, this is wonderful.
Sheesh.
This is the best illustration that I've seen associated with Age of Sigmar, and it's definitely the best one to focus on one of these Stormcast Eternals. Look at the isolation of the hero, his solitude in the face of all this madness and darkness. It's a really good chivalric image. Now, it's not some immortal classic or anything, it's no Knight, Death and the Devil, but it captures essences of heroism and valour far more effectively than this does, or this one. And if it wasn't for the game's themes of teamwork, I would argue that this image would make much better box art than the one we got. In all honesty, though, this isn't an image that's going to sell the game to teenagers or anything, so, oh well. Of course, this game could hardly call itself Warhammer Quest without festooning itself with loads of dungeon tiles, glossy, double-sided ones this time, no less. The only problem is, they're terrible. They work just fine in practical terms. You can certainly build a decent dungeon.
Yeah, it looks
even
terrible. What
without
the
the
fuck?
doors. Now that said, they have a host of visual problems that really let them down and only serve to highlight how great these tiles could have been. There's too many niggly little issues to go into here, really, but highlights include terrible superimposing and cutting and pasting of elements all over the place. This hurts the authenticity of what you're looking at by making the computer-assisted designing really obvious instead of transparent and seamless. There's also non-diegetic movement squares layered over the top, which serves to compound the real problem. Most of these tiles have this elaborate Baroque design to them, which makes it hard to decipher what you're supposed to be looking at in each room. More than that, they're almost certainly going to clash with the miniatures in play, compromising hours of laborious painting and detailing. I know this will happen because they show it happening in the rulebook. Maybe the only way out of it is to not paint your miniatures. Honestly, I think it's a real shame about these tiles, especially after being pleasantly surprised by many of the miniatures that come with this set. But whatever, it's time to look at the books. Metzen, for the offence of attempted grudge evasion. Ah yes, Warhammer Quest of old graced us with fine books, and today's Warhammer Quest isn't too much different, and we're going to start with the adventure book. Imposed on this lovely cover is a warning, don't read until instructed, and that's what we're going to do, because I don't want to spoil the surprises within for anybody who might be about to play this game, but we're going to have a little sneaky peek, because I found something interesting. It is a much larger version of that one picture I really liked, which I wish I'd seen earlier. I missed this on my initial flip through. What a tragedy. Yep. Time for the rulebook, or guidebook, I guess it's called. Not even rulebooks can escape renaming in this grand new age of Warhammer. First thing we see, a subtle advert for Age of Sigmar. Yeah, I know, it's using all the miniatures from Silver Tower here, but that's no Silver Tower scene now, is it? Oh no, sir. And we have a lovely big picture of the Silver Tower itself, which is apparently a blue version of Minas Morgul. I don't really mind, honestly. It's a lovely picture, but the best bit is down here, where a warrior stands on the precipice of doom, no doubt. Ah, the gallery of miniatures. These are the worst, these grot scuttlings. What on earth possessed them to change night goblins into these weird spider things? Ah yes, lovely clear rules presentation. I really appreciate this sort of thing, you know. There is one or two little quirks with the photography, though, that I noticed. I submit to the court that there is something wrong with this die. As any true diceman will tell you, 5 and 2 are on opposite sides, every time. But when we flip through, what's this? We find that die with a possible configuration shown. It also shows a 6, the same as this die, when the rules explicitly forbid 2 die of the same result up there in those destiny boxes. Hey, no doubt a bit of photoshoppery went on after they realised there was a mistake, or maybe the rules were redrafted after the photo shoot or something like that.
Weird.
Ah, here we are, look, lovely art. These character portraits are very good, all of them, even the Knight Questor. All the sinister implications of the barbarian on the cover are confirmed here, and especially in the text. This is my favourite character portrait, the Mistweaver Sai. I wish the miniature of the character was like this. And here's that witch elf fellow. I've got to stop calling him that. He has a title. It's fairly clear in the visualisation of this fellow that this is the Age of Sigmar evolution of the witch elf. What's really interesting is that this text here and his play mechanics give him these subtle, shadowy powers. Witch elves were probably the least subtle thing in Warhammer. Warhammer Online was way ahead of you here, Games Workshop. They decided to make witch elves a sneaky stealth class. It's the most baffling decision in the universe. Does this look like it's going to sneak anywhere, Mythic? I'm still baffled by that. That's a whole other thing. What's this? Oh, more witch elves. Never mind that. These little character pieces are quite good, actually. The whole book's fairly well written, you know.
Unfortunately, none of the Silver Tower lore answers the most pressing question I have about the Age of Sigmar. Where are the halflings? And lo, the end of the book. And now surely we move on to the third book, the roleplay book. No, we don't, because there isn't one. It's a real shame, heartbreaking really, to see that no attempt was made at having something like the roleplay book in Silver Tower here. When the old guard talk about how great Games Workshop used to be, this is the sort of thing they're talking about, because when you start to use this 190 or so page tome of optional rules with the old Warhammer quest, it starts to become just about as close as a board game can to being a proper and complete role-playing game. And it wasn't sold separately either, it was right there in the box. It's not surprising, though, sadly, to see the roleplay book absent from Silver Tower, because even in its day, this book was incredible. Unheard of, really. And I would be amazed if we were to see its like again. And if that happens, I guess it's not going to be Games Workshop that does it. They just don't have it in them anymore. Oh well. Come on. Well, overall, it's a mixed bag unboxing-wise. There's some nice art in there, several miniatures I like, and a couple of dodgy ones, a couple of nice tiles, several terrible ones, but all that aside, I am looking forward to giving it a go and seeing if the rules hold up. But thanks to the glue crisis in my realm, I'll be substituting in several miniatures, starting with Medusa. No, not that one this time. I've got a different Medusa in mind, and frankly, we're gonna need a bigger board. My real name is Neutral Limb. Oh, what dark and necromantic age do we live in, where games thought dead may rise again and rattle about in packages in my mail. And what dark hand is behind this action? None but Games Workshop. How dare they send me things I've ordered? But don't worry about any of that, for in these lands we are well equipped to handle any necromancy that comes in boxes, for I am equipped with an unboxing knife, and that means it's time for another cracking unboxing. But what exactly is the flavour of the necromancy of the day? Why, it's Necromunda, and it's in here. Let's take care of that straight off. Don't you betray me, Weather. I see you up there. Right, where do we start? Oh, it feels good to be unboxing again, my friends. Oh, what a great age. Here we go. Get out here. What? Wrong box, sorry. Here, now this has to be Necromunda. Disregard that other box. I told you this was a dark age. Games are popping up from the fertile soil of the dead all the time. Looks a little more promising, eh? What's this? Christmas card. Wait a minute. Yes, I've been sitting on this box for a little while, but never you mind that. Gang War. Gang supplement. Sold separately, eh? We'll talk about that later. Let's have a look. Necromunda is the tabletop skirmish wargame of anarchy and violence. Yes. What it was, I wonder if it still is. You've got to prove yourself in the pudding, my game. What's this? A pin!
A pin, oh my god.
Select a character.
Yeah, these are also good.
Great Forest! Select a character. Select a character. Elder Treant.
A rune could be big also, right? +1 armor. Nice. He ate the bait.
Archer, roll the Skull of Fate. 5. Five.
I should have tried the other ones, I guess. Ah, shit.
Select a character. Five. Choose a hero.
I think I bugged it out. Lol. No, come on, dude. This is such a good run. It can't be bugged now. It fixed itself.
Undead ruins.
Ah, come on. Not sure how this guy still has a potion though. 3 of them actually.
Choose a hero. Choose a hero. Dwarf, test your perception. 10. Archer, roll the skull of fate. 10. Lancer, test your perception. 8. Lancer, test your perception. 5.
Shouldn't it be higher? Doesn't seem higher.
The Bone Dragon.
Go away. I could have gone back there.
I have an offer for you. What is your reply? Four. 10. 9.
Oh, shit.
Select a character. Barbarian, test your strength. 3. 5.
So much magic damage stuff, sadly. That's so annoying.
Archer, test your perception. 9. Archer, test your 10.
Now I could have 2,000 gold and bring him back. Ah.
Choose a hero. Choose a hero. Choose a hero. Wandering monster. Fire pits. Two. Five. Lancer, test your strength. 10. Choose a hero. Archer, test your agility. 4.
Ah, damn it, dude. Gonna sneak it in.
Archer, test your agility. 4.
It didn't even heal. Oh my god.
Archer, test your strength. 8. Barbarian, test your strength. 4. Barbarian, test your strength. 6.
Maybe I should have done this one. I don't even know.
Lancer, roll the skull of fate. 4. 9. Barbarian, test your strength. 4. I have an offer for you. What is your reply?
Ah, it's spiky. I get it again. That's so dumb.
Select a character. Dwarf, test your strength. 2. Choose a hero. Select a character. Select a character. The Fire Giant.
Ah, no, I can't use the throw axe. Okay, that's done. Also, how is he so weak? That's kind of weird. Oh shit, he can attack all three, what the hell? I should have moved. What does a random mean? One of the two?
Tower of Mirrors. Dwarf, test your intelligence. 6.
I guess he's not very smart. Oh shit. That was that.
5. Choose a hero. Select a character. Choose a hero. Eight. Archer, test your intelligence. 7. Choose a hero. Barbarian, you sense danger ahead. 2.
Why did I attack with him? I should have gone with her.
Barbarian, you sense 4. Barbarian, there is danger ahead of you. 1. Archer, test your agility. 4. 8. 8. 9.
not sure who's the enemy and who's not. This one is the enemy, right?
Lancer, test your intelligence. 1. 5.
Fuck.
Select a character.
Is he an enemy or a character? New hero, nice.
Barbarian, test your intelligence. 9. The Red Mage.
I don't know the mirror rune, what it is. Crystal's always nice. Ah, shit. Oh, nice. That's actually pretty good. Oh, I can get both.
frozen peaks. Barbarian, there is danger ahead. An ancient wild.
Twelve damage. Oh my god. No way, dude. Will attack when attacked, of course. Ah, shit. What do you mean there's no love? The other guy could. Ah, oh, I see. I see. Oh my god. Everybody dead though.
Select a character. Select a character. Archer, test your agility. 1. 5. Choose a hero. Select a character.
No, not the runes.
Select a character. Lancer, test your strength. 8.
Oh, I have to do both. Oh my god. Bring a sect hero. I can do make 2 or what?
5. 5. Barbarian, test your strength. 3.
You can't attack.
7. 'Barbarian, test your 2.
Karma.
Archer, roll the skull of fate. 10. 4. 5. Choose a hero. Select a character.
I can't upgrade it anymore. Oh no. That's so sad.
Roll the dice. 10. The legendary mountain warrior.
Not enough money. Ah, shit.
Archer, test your agility. 10. Dwarf, test your intelligence. 2.
Ah, okay.
Archer, test your perception. 4. Lancer, test your agility. 8. Lancer, test your agility. 10. Lancer, test your perception. 9. Lancer, test your agility. 1. Giant Valley. Eight. Select a character. Choose a hero. Choose a hero. Select a character. The Giant Brothers. Archer, test your agility. 1. Seven. Archer, test your intelligence. 10. Archer, roll the Skull of Fate. Five. One. Three. Barbarian, test your agility. 9. Chaos Castle.
The outpost. This is your last chance to stock up on supplies.
my beachcombing hat. There we go. Every adventuring dwarf has a beachcombing hat. Ah, here we go, the thing. Oh. See this in greater detail. Well, that doesn't seem to be a bad cover to me at all. It's not exactly as striking as of old, but the new cover, this one, does have many advantages over this one, eh? We'll worry about that later. Now, I've got a good feeling about this, and I haven't had a good feeling about a Games Workshop thing for many a moon. Let's get in there. All right, brace yourselves. This could all go downhill at any moment. Oh, yep. Not too bad. Pile of sprues. I quite like it when they're brightly coloured. 10,000 sprues. Mohawks. Women. That's what I'm all about. We wouldn't get very far in Games Workshop without 10,000 sprues. These look very familiar. They might not be, though. What? Well, look at this. That's a step up. Nice, not folded, big, glossy... Tactics card, eh? Oh, no. What's wrong with a sheet? Oh, nice. Customised Necromunda bases. What a good idea. These dice here seem to indicate death, injury, and something else. And I suppose this is pinned, accurate, and scatter, and... I don't know, that's just a guess. It might be. We'll find out later. Ah, what's this? Necromunda Underhive Rulebook. Far thicker than the Gang War book. I wonder what that's all about. You couldn't include this Games Workshop. There's plenty of room in there, mate. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the updates to the fiction. Looks like there's a fair bit of it in here. Belladonna. Look at that hair. No sign of Mad Donna yet, though. Specifically only covers Goliath and Escher. We'll see how that pans out. I bet it pans into extra spending. What's this? Oh, it's a range ruler, is it? A clear range ruler. Hey, empty baggies. Good work, Games Workshop. And just as well, because there looks like there is a ton of tokens here to worry about. Just one sheet of tokens, that's good. We don't like too many of those. And this looks like modular dungeon tiles. Just on the surface of it, this looks like a big improvement over Warhammer Quest, you know. Right. Unboxed, but we shan't leave it at that, shall we? No, sir. We are going to take a closer look at all of this stuff. So I'm off to take some picky wickies and make it all nice and clear for you, independent of this treacherous weather, and we'll be back shortly. Right, time for the traditional viewing of the cover art, or box art, if you prefer. Now, I tell you this, I think that this is a better cover than this. Because, of course, I'm not going to be able to talk about the cover of Necromunda Underhive without harping on about the old one, and I wouldn't even if I could. Now, don't get me wrong about this, mind you. I really like Jeff Taylor's image painted for the 1995 edition of Necromunda, but I dispute its worth as a cover piece. Cover art does its most important work at first sight, and it's amazing how deeply the imagination can be enticed in a single glance. Some covers like to draw in the imagination with a bit of subtlety and mystique, using things like symbolism, perspective and scale, colour and space, unusual subject matter, and Patrick Stewart.
But he is a 5-day march from here.
Games Workshop doesn't go in for that sort of thing very often, though, do they? No, they like a nice battle scene, appropriate since they make battle games, well, mostly. Battle covers are fine, though. They're very useful because they can very directly and efficiently demonstrate both the imaginative world of the game and its mechanics. They can give you some idea, a sense of how the game plays. That said, I feel that old Necromunda does very poorly in these areas. Now, it's true that there is something arresting about the absurdity and chaos of the image, but I don't think it really shows you Necromunda. Not in a way that's useful as a point of first contact on a cover, anyway. If you didn't already know, you'd never figure out this is a two-player tactical skirmish game. There are certainly no tactics on display, are there? And I don't see much evidence of who is supposed to be on whose side, or even that there are sides, as everyone is shooting everywhere in aimless frenzy and panic. When I first saw this cover, I assumed that these heavy dudes were an elite unit of whatever army this picture was supposed to represent. For Underhive, though, the two most distinctly oppositional factions were wisely selected, the Herculean Goliath and the Amazonian Escher. Look at how clear all this is. Two sides, skirmishing with distinct combat styles and everything. There they are, arranged on the cover in order to adumbrate the flavour of the game and their personalities as well. Look at those Goliath warriors all clustered together in the middle, punching forward in a show of brute force. Great lumps heaving about close combat weapons in order to highlight, no doubt, their great advantages of size and strength. We can't expect the Escher girls to go toe-to-toe with that, can we? Of course not, and they won't. It's not their way. From the little glimpse the cover gives us, their weaponry and tactics seem to be more sophisticated than the blunt, direct methods of the Goliath. Why, they're even making use of cover, a crucial Necromunda concept. In fact, it looks like they're falling back from the Goliath advance, but they're not in flight. I reckon they're drawing their opponents in, and our point of view puts us right in there with them, privy to the conspiracy. Look at this face. I know from experience. That is the expression of someone about to do some serious raining on someone's parade. Let me tell you about girls in the 80s, man. This is how it was. You know, you'd be out in the street, and then some chicks with names like Slasher and Toxine would be coming the other way. You'd say something witty like,
Happy Halloween, ladies. I have something to say. It's better to burn out than to fade away.
then bam, plasma grenade. I never went back to that part of town. Well, not very often, anyway. The downside to this cover is that the art itself is of a much lower standard than of old. That's not to say that the uncredited artist isn't any good. They clearly are. However, I see in this image a tale of falling standards, shrinking budgets, and killer deadlines. A lot of classic cover artist tricks are used. And that's not a bad thing, strictly speaking. Many classic covers are full of time-saving trickery. But that said, this cover really gives up a lot, and I think it prevents the work from reaching the level of old Necromunda, which itself is not even close to the upper tier of Games Workshop covers. You know the ones I mean. I have returned many times over the years to old Necromunda to admire its richness and detail in spite of its weird action. I am not confident that I will be able to say the same for the image of the new era, but time will tell. Also, there's no halflings. Right, I'm putting a stop to this cover talk. We'll never get into the box at this rate, and this talk of falling standards is so grim, I think we need to look at something where standards have actually risen. Namely, this thing. Necromunda doesn't go in for any of this grainy, grayscale, monochrome pamphleture. No, sir. What we have, instead of that lot, is a nice, large, glossy, double-sided sheet. This is miles ahead of the instruction sheets for Warhammer Quest Silver Tower or Assassinorum Execution Land or whatever it was. Disaster. In any case, it's certainly the largest single improvement I've seen Games Workshop make for many years. That makes this such a rare prize, I think I'm going to put it on my secret shelf with all my real treasures. Yo-ho, to the accessories we go, because, according to international law, every game these days has to have miles of cards and tokens and markers and very... Well, Necromunda doesn't exactly have miles and miles, but, you know, it's got a few. There are thankfully only two kinds of cards mandated by this game. Tactics cards, for you to spring on your enemy, and little character sheets, some of which are filled in with characters from the basic version of the game. And there's tokens and markers, too. When I looked these up, they include ready, out of ammo, broken, docked away markers, and the well-named burn marker, I believe?
Better to burn out.
No, wait, they're pitfall craters. Well, never mind that, then. Oh, I do have to confess a certain degree of cynicism in seeing a skirmish game of the old guard reappear with all of these cards and tokens and bits and bobs and... Now, I'm not trying to say that this is inherently bad, certainly not. This sort of thing definitely does lead to new and interesting rules now and then. But I can't help but wonder if the hand of design isn't moved by, say, marketing concerns, rather than strictly what makes for the best game. Oh, I wasn't always so sceptical in these matters, you know, when then along came Fantasy Flight's appalling edition of Wolfrup. Look at this mess. This was a role-playing game, I remind you. Action deck. Blech. Well, at least Necromunda Under Hive isn't as hideous a mutant as that. Besides, I'm sure I'm not the only person to have a bit of a cynical response to some of the more hybridized elements of this boxed version of Necromunda, especially since, at first glance, it looks a lot like a board game. I don't think it would be shocking to say that board games, being so popular, have influenced the way that other games present themselves in recent years. I think it's possible that the form taken by Necromunda here is meant to make the miniature skirmish genre a little more familiar and approachable to all these new tabletop players before introducing them to real Necromunda, where things start getting a bit more involved, hobby-wise. The board pieces included in the game are a big part of this image. These tiles, I tell you, they're very polarizing. Well, I don't know what anyone else thinks, but they're certainly polarizing me. In one sense, I really like these tiles. I see tremendous potential in them on their own or in combination with other scenery. All the patterns and layouts that you can configure them into are very interesting and must certainly be more so when you make use of all the barriers and doors and what have you. Like the Necromunda scenery of old, this makes them very useful for other games, especially if you like to make up your own. This is the worst edition of Skeletor's Time Warp yet. But at the same time, I really don't like the way these boards look. Now, they're not too bad, ultimately, but I have many criticisms, and I'm going to share a couple of them here. These tiles are a product of the same digital compositing method we've seen previously in Silver Tower. That means the majority of the artwork is assembled from a palette of elements rather than being illustrated in whole as a complete image. I don't really have anything against this sort of artwork, strictly speaking, and I am indeed very fond of the likes of Clint Langley, who I think uses the technique very well. But I do think it carries some inherent problems, especially concerning game components. For example, I feel that miniatures painted by hand always seem to clash with digitally manipulated scenery in a way that they just don't with more traditional environmental art. Although I do believe that it can be done very well, the digital approach is very inviting, I think, to the kinds of shortcuts that just aren't available to an artist wielding a brush. As with Silver Tower, you'll have the uncanny experience of seeing the same elements appear multiple times, with only minimal effort spent in trying to hide the seams, so to speak. All the digital compositing gives everything an awkward sense of unbelonging. While there are some nice details, in particular, I like the occasional ganger who has run afoul of this luminous mould. That's great. But for every one of those, there's something else that undermines the whole thing and makes it look like, a hack job. Unworthy of the company that previously furnished us with some of the best board artwork of all time. Rich in colour, clear in detail, and full of the implication of narrative and life and enticing to the imagination in a way that Underhive's tiles just cannot aspire to. Now, these tiles aren't the worst example of this sort of thing, not by a long barrel, but they do come across as a little amateurish. Games Workshop is a legendary company, and they say they're the best. We should be able to expect the best from them, especially since they've given us the best in the past. Well, maybe it's difficult to keep the best talent around when nobody gets to put their name on their work. I don't know. In any case, I remain disappointed in these tiles, but at least they aren't all equally poor. It's not obvious straight away, but the inside of the box is a board piece as well, secretly, and I think it's actually the best one. It isn't really up to much layout-wise, I suppose, but visually it's certainly the best. What I'm really getting at is the walls, which are covered in clear and well-considered detail. It looks like it could come from a whole other era, and maybe it did. I don't think it looks too out of place next to old Necromunda scenery. Alright, that's enough talk about board pieces and what have you. It's time we discuss the blandest and most colourless part of any Games Workshop production. The sprues. Only joking, the sprues are of course maximum interest to all who come before them. Well, they better be interesting, they take up enough room in the box. Miniatures are of course Games Workshop's main ticket, and I think what we see here on the sprues meet expectations easily. They all seem to be up to a high standard of technical quality, and I'm always very impressed with how cleverly the miniatures are designed like this. All these parts, they've got to come together and fit the format of the sprue. It must be a nightmare. But whatever, I want to talk about the miniatures that all these bits turn into. I think they're all interesting in their own way, but this is the most interesting one, by a long shot. Now, I understand that many folk don't like this miniature, and you can tell why, right? As soon as you look at it, you can immediately see that it doesn't work. You know, it's obvious. The whip has this really exotic motion, and the character herself has almost no motion. These things don't go together, right? Well, steady now. I might be about to express an unpopular opinion. I think this miniature is great. I like the disconnect between motion and stillness. There's a beautiful unreality to the shape of the whip, the way it sweeps, snaps back, and then stops right where it meets this statuesque warrioress who is brimming with easy, casual violence. It's like something John Blanche would draw. You know the man. His work is, or it should be, the visual touchstone of Warhammer 40,000. And he might well have had a hand in this miniature, I don't know, so I couldn't tell you. But I can tell you where I've seen this exact whip move before. Right here, in John Howe's wonderful illumination of the hobbits in Mordor. Look at that figure in the foreground there, the orcish taskmaster. See how his whip sweeps and snaps back and stops? And he is certainly a figure of easy and casual violence, isn't he, eh? Someone who would snap back and turn on you at any moment for any reason. The Necromunda figure isn't quite as good as this, of course, and I don't think it quite captures Blanche or anything. But I think it looks pretty good. But that's just what I think based on the pictures and the sprue, and who knows, when I actually get around to building the thing, maybe it'll be me who snaps back and swings around like the capricious whips of all. Whoa! Oh my God! Well, that's the sprues done then, I suppose. Oh dear. Well, never mind that. It's time we take a look at the one and only book that comes with this set. The rule book. The Gang War supplement and several others are, of course, sold separately, and therefore don't count. There's a fair bit of artwork, and it's generally pretty good, I think, if a little bland here and there. The interesting thing is that it's almost entirely pictures of individuals. You know, there is not one scene of gangers ganging together, you know, as a gang, either fighting or in an impressive tableau of sorts. It's not a bad thing, strictly speaking. It's an interesting choice, I'll give it that. Highlights include Belladonna here, a clear tribute, I think, to the Amazonia Gothique by John Blanche. And this fellow here, Lobo Kerman, with his classic barbarian hero-esque posing. Now, I did say earlier that the houses of Escher and Goliath were distinctly oppositional, and that's true. But I'm sure you've spotted a powerful commonality that has been present between them since their inception in the 1990s. They both exploit the iconography of punk. Now, Necromunda has never augured a sincere representation of punk. Those are incredibly rare in media. However, old Necromunda, along with many things of its time, looted a lot of the old punk subculture's visual language in order to express themes of anti-authoritarianism, freedom, violence, social degeneration, cultural rebellion, all that sort of thing. And as you can see, new Necromunda's Escher and Goliath retain the visual connection to punk. But there is something going on in the text. All Goliaths need a steady supply of chems and stims to keep their massive bodies functioning and provide them with their impressive strength. It is a rare cocktail controlled by the House Masters, and one that they use to keep their gangs and work clans in line. So much for all that punk stuff. It's an interesting shift in the background to suggest that the gangs are predominantly founded and controlled by House authorities. It's bizarre to me, anyway, to read about gangs fighting in the name of this house or that house, rather than fighting for survival or weapons or territory. I don't think it's strictly a bad change or anything. Well, I'll give it this. It certainly makes the fact that the gangs are separated into all these culturally distinct types far less contrived than it was in old Necromunda. But at the same time, it pulls the focus up toward the hive and its internal politics and struggles, and away from the anarchies of the underhive. You know, the actual setting of the game. Or at least it was. I'm greatly disturbed by many passages within this book that suggest that the underhive is to be abandoned as the primary setting of Necromunda. Like this one that implies fledgling gangs start here and go up, of all places. Oh, it's the wrong direction. Oh, I can't help but see a terrible missed opportunity here to enhance, truly enhance, the wonderful setting that is the Underhive. My approach to doing so would be to abandon the usual model used by 40k stuff and even old Necromunda, and double-ditch the lordly position that it gives the reader looking down on the setting from on high. Instead, I would recommend deep immersion. Put us down there with our gangers. Limit the information given to what a ganger might know or might think. And all of the expected talk about the Imperium at large, or the other spires of Necromunda, or even the upper realms of this spire, Hive Primus, the main one, all of that should fade into the barest half-known fables, second-hand or even hundredth-hand lore. But don't spend too much time on that, and certainly don't make it the focus of any section. Pepper it in here and there as a way of showing how far removed from the high and the mighty the Underhive is. Furthermore, we should be rid of anything evoking the so-called High Gothic tongue. Zone Mortalis, Sector Mechanicus, get rid of it. Let us get a feel for Underhive lingo, gang speak, scum slang, the mutated language of the alienated. Put us behind their eyes. Let us want what they want and start to fear what they fear. A unique and focused and restricted viewpoint like this could make conceptions of the 40k setting at large into these monstrous and evocative imaginings. The kind of thing that we're always told that the 40k universe is supposed to be. At the same time, the Underhive setting could be in powerful focus, all of its salient details more brightly illuminated than ever, while at the same time its shadows are drawn just that much darker. Sadly, that chance has passed us by, I fear, and this book is ultimately pretty much the same old shower. The same terminology and the same tone, bent, like it always is these days, toward laboriously and constantly reinforcing that this game takes place in the precious 41st millennium. Frankly, that place is starting to seem smaller than ever. Alright, so I might have a couple of quibbles with the trajectory of the fiction or what have you, but I also do have very positive feelings about what I found in and on this box. Get out of my face. Hair. Be gone. Rats that look like men? There.
The entrance.
Games Workshop strikes again, this time by slipping suspicious packages in my mail. Fortunately, my time spent in association with the Imperial Inquisition has furnished me with certain techniques of analysis and identification. So let's give them a little go right now. Cardboard, right? Paper, that's to be expected. There's something more, there's highly restricted combat stimulants and more polymorphine and wait, what's that? Oh, deceit and treachery. Well, it's Games Workshop, all right. But more than this, I deduce that this is none other than Assassinorum Execution Force, and there's only one way I know to deal with that: a cracking unboxing and murder. Now that I've taken care of the outer shell, silenced it forever, let's have a look at the thing at hand. Assassinorum Execution Force. Assassinorum Execution Force is a fast-paced cooperative game for 1 to 4 players. Nice! I like a cooperative game, especially ones for 1 player. The back of the box looks promising, no doubt meant to evoke memories of the glory days of Hero Quest and Warhammer Quest and other such things from Games Workshop. Let me just get rid of this dreaded plastic, which I established once as the congealed salival fluids of dark and terrible demons from beyond the black. Okay, that's the plastic taken care of, so let's have a look inside the box and see what Games Workshop has deigned to bestow upon us in their latest wild lunge for cash and product loyalty. This is on a lot tighter than I thought. There we go. As expected, scads of sprues. What do we got here? This looks like it is a very large bad guy of chaos, no doubt. Chaos minions, aye. Assassins on assorted little single sprues here for assassins. That's good. Tiny Games Workshop dice that we've come to expect. Bases, good, we'll need those, some of which are not slotted. That's very interesting for a standalone Games Workshop sort of thing. I'll have to examine this in detail later. Some more minions. What are these all about? Hey, get back there. Event. Well, that was certainly an event. This looks like all the cards involved. I'll examine those later. And it looks like we've got one giant shrink wrap for the rules and the board pieces and all of that sort of thing all together. There's all the assorted parts just ready for us to have a closer look at in a couple of minutes. But there is an important inclusion that I want to make a point about. They gave us some extra baggies. Now, too many games give us too many components and don't give us these little bags to keep them in. Good work, Games Workshop. I hope that's not the last good thing I have to say about this. It probably won't be. I'm optimistic. Let's take a closer look at all these bits. Before getting into the nitty-gritty about what's in the box, I'd like to have a talk about the box art. I think it's pretty good, but not a patch on some of the amazing box arts of old, here represented by the venerable Hero Quest by Les Edwards and Warhammer Quest by Jeff Taylor. That said, I think it holds its own with a nice ensemble of all the playable characters, none of whom hog all the space of the box, unlike our barbarian friends here. This helps to calibrate our expectations for Execution Force, setting it up as a fully cooperative effort to play, in contrast to these other games which, as their artwork suggests, feature plenty of opportunities to be selfish, both in-game by hoarding treasure and out of the game by fighting over who gets to be the barbarian, the best character in all respects. At least that's what we tell beginners, while true masters select the dwarf, the real best character, while the rest of the table squabbles. Tragically, Execution Force does not feature a dwarf, which is its first real problem. The second big problem is the fact that Games Workshop did not credit anyone who worked on this game. And so I can't tell you who's responsible for this image. What we do get is a generic produced by the Games Workshop design studio credit in the rulebook, which I think is absolutely disgusting. If you're a designer or an artist of any kind out there, you should be absolutely horrified by this sort of non-crediting practice by companies such as Games Workshop. But I don't mean to bring this video down, that's not what it's about. Let's have a look at the inner parts of this game. Here's a little look at the rulebook, which I've just had a bit of a flip through. It's in full colour, which I approve of highly, and it's well organised, with the rules presented very clearly, with lots of supporting illustrations to reinforce the finer points of the game's rule set. The storyline set out for this game is terrible, and I hold it in evidence that Games Workshop really is losing its touch, and losing touch with its own setting too. Not that I can blame the uncredited author. After all, why try hard when no one will know it was you? Case in point, these assassin profiles look really good on the surface, but they're undermined by the most baffling thing you could ever include in a game that showcases these cryptic and inhuman masters of assassination from the future Imperium. They are all immediately given names and identities. So instead of dehumanized figures that we should meet with awe and terror, we are met with Victor and Clara and Silas, and I really don't understand why they would do this, because it completely undermines the anonymity stressed by the visual design of the characters and the cryptic nature of the Officio Assassinorum, which they just set up the page before. Components-wise, the board comes in 4 pieces, 3 of which join together, and 1 is a remote piece that represents elsewhere, the dread Temple of Shades. The 3 main pieces go together like this to form the astropathic sanctum where the bulk of the game's action takes place. The Temple of Shades represents the climax of the game, and it can only be reached by teleportation, which is the object of the game in the main part of the board here. Like a lot of Games Workshop's board games, this seems to be one that centres around risk management. It's as you try to work through this complex and locate the teleporter and the control bank which activates it. And that's done via these rooms here. Matter of fact, the control bank, which is this one, and the teleportarium are the only rooms that matter in the game. The other ones are only distinguished by how many squares you can stand in and whether or not they have a goon in there waiting for you, as indicated by these little chaos icons. You punch it out of there, nice and easy. And the other stuff on these frames, besides rooms, is stunned and alert tokens. There's also tokens that represent very limited quantities of equipment or special abilities and stuff that your assassins have. Very handy. During the game, you're going to be vexed by random events, which are detailed on these cards, as are stats for all of the adversaries you'll face and all of the assassins you're going to take the part of. So let me just get the wrapper off and we'll have a closer look at these, eh? The vast bulk of the cards are these events. There's a huge stack of them. Most of them I think will hinder you, but I saw 1 or 2 that will be beneficent. There's one called Ghostly Tide, I think, that stuns all of the Chaos Space Marines for a turn. Now, where is it? Yeah, Ghostly Tide. Good. Stunned Chaos Marines. Excellent. The bad guy cards are adorned with art and stats and details of their abilities, and on the back, a little picture of their miniature, painted way better than I ever will. Probably. The assassins get much the same treatment, though their rules are a bit more involved, and so their cards are double-sided. Note the complete absence of those names that annoyed me before. Here's a closer look at the sprues that come with the game. These are Chaos Renegades. This big one is a Chaos Sorcerer Lord with his little familiar here in the corner. And over here is his retinue of Chaos Marines. And here are the heroes of the game, the Assassins, on 4 small, separate sprues. These are identical to the ones that Games Workshop uses for its plastic single figures that it sells. And the Assassins here are in fact the only new miniatures included with this game. And that, my friends, is a problem. I don't want to get overly critical here. This isn't a review, this is an unboxing video after all. But what's coming out of the box is raising certain concerns, or red flags if you will. It's quite clear to me that not one of the miniatures included in this game were actually designed for this game. For example, what have we got here? We've got 2012 Chaos Renegades or Cultists from the Dark Vengeance starter kit. We have 2011 Chaos Space Marines. I'm not sure what they're from, if they're from anything at all. And a 2006 Chaos Lord with a great many options, most of which have nothing to do with the game at hand.
Even stranger is the assassin miniatures themselves. Now, 3 of these little sprues are dated 2014. That's fine, it was just last year. But one, the Vindicare, is dated 2013. You'll notice they've all got scenic bases, but they're all shot up generic battlefield bases that don't relate directly to the game at hand. They clearly were not intended to be the centrepiece of a standalone game, a board game as it terms itself. It seems we're a long way now from the days of the Space Hulk reissue, which got a whole line of all new miniatures with lovely bases that actually reflected the setting. A Hulk, you see here, this Gene Stealer, bursting up from a floor panel. That's really good. And these are all snap-fit miniatures, meaning that they are very easy to snip away from the sprue and press together, and they're good to go in about 30 minutes after you open the box. The same can't be said for Execution Force, which I think is a complete misstep. If it's meant to entice new players, it's a real problem, because you don't confront new players with a 41-piece Chaos Lord with all these options and a labyrinthine possibility for variations of construction and all sorts of places where you can go wrong in gluing it together. That would be a very bad idea. What I actually think has happened is that they've got these new assassin models that they've had produced for a while, not uncommon, and they've decided that they want a vehicle for them. So they've created a game around those and whatever other models they could get. Maybe they've got an overstock of these, or maybe they're about to go out of production and they're going to liquidate what stock they can get and get as much of a return as they can. In any case, I think the design was done in reverse. The miniatures here don't serve the game. The game was created, it seems, to serve the miniatures. Of course, none of this necessarily means that the game itself isn't up to snuff. Matter of fact, the rules do read very well, and I'm looking forward to giving it a proper go in the near future. Although I do still think it is very poor form to include several models that require glue and arguably an experienced hand to assemble, especially in a standalone kit like this, and especially without the habitual glue required notice on the box, which is usually something that Games Workshop is right on top of with their products. Ah well, if you should happen to fall afoul of that particular gotcha though, take heart, because like the vast majority of board games that use miniatures, Execution Force works just fine without them. So you should have no trouble substituting a few of them with tokens, or, like I'm going to do, with existing models that you happen to have in your cupboard. Now, what do you think I should use for a Vindicare for the first couple of rounds? They like to kill from afar, and they're lethal and mysterious, and, aha! Who else but Medusa? Yeah. Hail, the Bard here, and it's a cracking day in my lands. The sun is shining, the weather is clear, there's giant workmen outside getting ready to make loads of noise. All in all, optimum conditions for another cracking unboxing. And today, interesting times are upon us once more, my friends, because we will be taking a close look at the Overwatch Collector's Edition. Oh, long awaited in these lands, I can tell you. But the real question surrounding this edition is, were the folks at Blizzard, especially Metzen and his closest cronies, wise enough to listen to me and heed my warning, nixing the Soldier 76 statue idea in favour of including a grand and cracking statue of a dwarf? And the answer is no, of course they didn't. Blizzard are sticking to their guns. But that's okay, because I'm sticking to mine. Rightio and tally-ho, unboxing time again in my lands, and Overwatch at last. I've been looking forward to this one, as I'm sure many of you have been looking forward to it as well. Matter of fact, I've been looking forward to unboxing it a little bit more than I've been looking forward to playing it. Mainly because I've already played it and all the anticipation is simply spent. Quite a bit of the stuff listed here.
The altar of sacrifice. Face the darkness. You are entering the bridge.
Is that the best you can do?
Who dares challenge me? Dwarf Lady! Lancer! Barbarian, prepare to die! Choose a hero! Great Forest!
One. Three. Ignored once again. Three.
Lady, roll the skull of fate.
Two.
Select a character.
Choose a hero. Choose a hero. The graveyard. Barbarian, test your perception.
5.
Choose a hero. Mushroom Kingdom.
the Devourer. Nine. Lady, there is danger ahead. Select a character. Eight. Three. Barbarian, there is danger ahead of you. Select a character. Dwarf King, test your intelligence. 7. Barbarian, test your strength. 4. Dwarf King, roll the skull of fate.
6. 6.
Goblin Caves. Dwarf King, test your intelligence.
2. 8. 5.
Choose a hero. Select a character.
9. Select a character. Six. Lady, roll the skull of fate. 4. 'Barbarian, test your perception. 9. 2. 10. Select a character. Lancer, test your perception. 3. 2. The Goblin King will be most pleased to see you. The Goblin Vault. You will need a key to enter here. I have an offer for you. What is your reply? Barbarian, test your perception. 7. Barbarian, test your perception. 7. Lady, test your agility. 7. Four. Lancer, test your perception. 7. Survive the labyrinth. Four. 3. 6. 5. You are no match for my magic. Who dares challenge me? Dwarf King! Dwarf Lancer! Prepare to die! Choose a hero. forest. Dwarf, roll the skull of 5. Choose a hero. The graveyard. Select a character. Six. Choose a hero. Select a character. undead ruins. Five. 6. Lancer, test your perception. 1. 9. These provisions seem questionable at best. Wandering monster. Two. Five. 4. Test your perception. 6. Select a character. Select a character.
The Bone Dragon.
Select a character. Four. Dwarf, test your perception. 8. Lancer, test your 9. Select a character. Select a character. Choose a hero. Barbarian. Roll the skull. 7. Dwarf King. Test your perception. 5. Fire pits. Dwarf, test your agility. 10. Select a character. Dwarf, test your intelligence. The Fire Giant. Select a character. Barbarian, test your 10! Barbarian, test 10! Dwarf, test your strength. 9. Dwarf King, test your strength. 8. Dwarf King, roll the skull of 7. Lancer, test your agility. 8. Barbarian, test your 1. 4. Lancer, test your strength. 6. Dwarf King, test your strength. 6. Tower of Mirrors. Choose a hero. Dwarf, test your perception. 2. 1. 10. Dwarf King, test your intelligence. 1.
Dwarf, there is danger ahead.
7.
Dwarf King, test your intelligence.
2.
Barbarian, test your intelligence.
4.
Lancer, test your intelligence.
5.
Dwarf, test your
6.
Dwarf, test your intelligence.
2.
Dwarf, test your intelligence.
8.
Choose a hero. Select a character. Dwarf, there is danger ahead.
4.
Barbarian, test your intelligence.
1.
Lancer, there is danger ahead.
4. Lancer, test your intelligence. 7. Three. 1. The room is empty. Choose a hero. 4. The room is empty. Choose a hero. 1. Lancer, test your intelligence. 4. You are no match for my magic. Who dares challenge me?
Is not relevant to the unboxing at hand. See, this edition shares a lot of digital content with the so-called Origins edition, and that means these skins here, a lot of this digital stuff here. Oh, and Heroes of the Storm Tracer Hero, which is a complete fiasco. Recently, a cracking discovery was made in the field of Tolkien scholarship. A secret appendix wedged between the pages of certain editions of Lord of the Rings. And there is one particularly cryptic and divisive passage. It reads, "In a channel on YouTube, there lived the bard. Not a nasty, dirty clip channel filled with bits of film and a boozy smell, nor yet a dry, bare, sandy channel with nothing in it to thumbs down on or watch. This was a bardic channel, and that means reboxings." Now, scholars have argued the importance of this passage, but I, among many others, have decided that it is a signal for us to rebox the finest MMO in the South Farthing, Lord of the Rings Online. And what are we waiting for? Lord of the Rings Online, or LOTRO, as it is known to the wise, is my very favourite MMO, even over games like Warhammer Online. And this in spite of the fact that I never got to the highest levels of LOTRO and I never tried any of the raids. Indeed, I played less than half of it, half as much as it deserved. But I do love it very dearly, and I think the lion's share of the reason why I feel this way is in the game's wonderful representation of Middle-earth. And yes, there's many quibbles to be found along the way, especially if you're a purist, but all these niggles and complaints are simply reduced to ash as you walk through the Shire or as you enter the Valley of Rivendell. This game has a magic to it and a majesty, and it was made with a love that seems vanishingly rare in the realm of computer games, and I commend this game to you as a result. Try it for yourself sometime. It's free now, after all. But today we are reboxing the Collector's Edition, and this is an interesting Collector's Edition because this is a post-launch Collector's Edition. Indeed, this one was made to tie in with the release of its first expansion, The Mines of Moria. So let us delve both deeply and greedily into this fine Collector's Edition and see what it's all about. This Collector's Edition of Lord of the Rings Online has a particularly lovely box, which I think is supposed to represent the famous Red Book of Westmarch, and it does so in a style that is very consistent with the art style used within the game itself. And you'll notice that there is no Mines of Moria branding on the front here. This isn't a Mines of Moria Collector's Edition. This is a Collector's Edition of Lord of the Rings Online as a whole, and not one of the expansion itself, although it does include the expansion. Most of the detail on the box has its texture bossed on there, so you can run your fingers across these lovely runes that occupy some of the free spaces thereon. And it follows through to the back as well. Good! The box fastens itself shut with a cunningly concealed magnet in the lid here. Very handy for those of us who get a little bit cavalier when taking things out and putting things back in. And within the box, we find that most of the space is in fact taken up by this cardboard insert. So it could have been a bit thinner, but I think it was made thicker for presentation purposes.
and that's alright with me. Naturally, this edition comes with a manual, characterised here as a starter guide, and presented in lovely full colour, which is a nice change from what we usually get in these things. Now, I found there is actually a difference between a manual and a starter guide, as this focuses almost entirely on the first-timer's experience, and it excises a lot of the other stuff that you usually find in manuals, and it's a lot stronger for it. Yeah, nice change. There we are, starter guide and pamphlet full of long expired buddy keys, which we don't need to look at. The game discs are presented in this simple but effective slipcase, which opens up to display a dramatic battle scene deep in Moria. A taste of things to come, no doubt. Actually, no doubt. I do know. This happens. It's part of the game. Game discs are starting to become redundant now too, aren't they? Least among the edition's trinketies is this Mines of Moria poster, which I don't think is good enough to put on my wall. Oh, it's alright, but this Balrog looks naff. There, now while this isn't a Mines of Moria collector's edition specifically, it does have a very strong Moria bias. It was the latest thing at the time, after all. Lotro comes with not one, but 2 maps, the first of which will look very familiar. Yes, it's the classic map of Middle-earth. Now, as you might expect, Lotro doesn't make use of the entire landscape, but more and more areas have been added to the game as they've become relevant. Helm's Deep is particularly fun, although personally I'm kind of saddened that we're unlikely to ever visit places like the Lonely Mountain or the Iron Hills. Ah, well. The second map is a lovely cloth map, and this takes me back to a time when many RPGs would have such a thing included as standard. A lot of people comment on this, but I think